just ascended to drown. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, Morty's conviction. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Oh, dude, I wish this was real. Yes. Bolting, no. To live. No. Yes, it's like all. Oh, you're dead. Oh, let's go. Oh, I aced him. Let's go. Oh, I saw him played it. Level 50. Yo, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. I need a cat. Walking all the way out of this cave. We just ascended to drown. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, Morty's conviction. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Oh, dude, I wish this was real. Yes. Bolting, no. To live. No. Yes, it's like all. Oh, you're dead. Oh, let's go. Oh, I aced him. Let's go. Oh, I saw him played it. Level 50. Yo, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. Highly a Casper. Oh. Walking all the way out of this cave. Oh. We just ascended to drown. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, Morty's conviction. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Oh, dude, I wish this was real. Yes. Oh, we also bolting. No. To live. No. Yes, it's like all. Oh, you're dead. Oh, let's go. Oh, I aced him. Let's go. Oh, I saw him played it. Level 50. Yo, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. Highly a Casper. Oh. Walking all the way out of this cave. We just ascended to drown. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Ooh, Morty's conviction. 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Oh, dude, I wish this was real. Yes. Bolting, no.
Hello. Welcome, everybody. Is my audio on? Yeah. How's everybody doing? If you're new here, welcome. My name's Avery. I'm a recovering high school English teacher turned co-working streamer. It has been quite a while since we streamed. Maybe like several weeks. I don't even remember the last time we streamed, actually. Let's see. It was over a month ago in April. I didn't even stream at all in May. It's been over a month. Cool. Well, anyways, yeah, I'm gonna be co-working in a little bit. Kitsune, welcome back to the stream. How are you doing? Everybody over on YouTube is new here. Welcome in. If you've never done co-working before, basically when the timer starts going, I'm just going to be doing work. Since I'm not traveling right now, usually since I work remote, usually when I'm home, I try to stream, but it's been a minute, so. But yeah, if you're studying, if you're working on something, I know it's like, depending on where you are, it's early in the morning for me, and my jet lag has been waking me up earlier, so I figured why not go ahead and stream. If you're here to join us, just know that when the timer is up, I usually don't talk, especially if I have like a meeting that comes up, but I will do my best to be present in chat. But yeah, man, happy June. Oh my God, it's June 1st. I don't even know what I have for my schedule, but we'll get right on that. Oh, maybe that's there specifically for a reason. All right, anyways, have a wonderful day. I'm gonna get right into co-working, and get some of this stuff set up. Actually, I'll probably be off mute for a bit as I'm planning, just in case people are still trickling in. But let's do timer, pomo. I gotta try to do this timer, pomo, 45, 10, 45. Did I do 10-minute breaks? Maybe. I'm gonna do like a 7-minute break. I don't know that I need like 10 minutes. It's a long time. Let's do 45.5. We'll see if that's good. So basically what happens, maybe if you saw, oh no, I did that wrong. Timer pomo is 0 out of 4. There we go. Timer is 45. Do I usually say 45.10? It might say it in the stream title, actually. I do 45.10, okay. Man, 10 minutes is a long break. That's fine. Boston, what's going on? Luballs, oui. What's up, man? Welcome to the stream. How you been? I was indeed in France for like the last 2 weeks, so I guess that attributed to why I hadn't streamed like all of May. I've been out of the country. And I've learned that LE is like a lu sound, not la or li. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, but that's kind of what I was getting from while I was in France. How's life been? Doing all right? Nice. Same. Just been working, and then finally had some quality family time the last few weeks. What do I even need to do? I need to set up a calendar, honestly. And look at my calendar. I have Boss said I gotta lock in. Me too, man. But good luck. Thanks for being here. I'm about to lock in a little bit. Just as I'm putting my tasks down, I figured just stay off mute as people come through. But thanks for being here, man. Good luck today. And Kitsune, thanks for checking in. Appreciate you. Let's see, Conrad, webinar prep. Kamis Juma, what's going on? Good morning. Welcome. How are you doing? You're adding tasks to the task list, or you can kind of see it right there. Okay, let's see. What else do I got to do? Update. I did say arrange calendar. I'll just put update planner. Kami said, how are we good, bro? I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good. First time streaming in a couple weeks. Maybe over a month, actually. So we're going to be co-working in a few minutes. Nice. Thanks, man. Yeah, I was just out of the country for the last few weeks. I was over in France with my family on vacation. So it was nice. How about yourself? How are you doing? And we're going to lock in a little bit. Just try trying to get all my stuff up here. Is that the right command? There we go. Pin that. And for those of you that have never been in a co-working stream, I don't even know if it shows up for you guys on YouTube. Let's see, co-working. No. Is it co-work? I don't remember my commands anymore. Or whatever. Put this over on YouTube. I'll just pin this message for the YouTubers. All right. Well, happy Monday, y'all. I'm gonna start on work. 40 minutes on the clock, and we'll be able to chop it up in the break. I will still be here in chat, or I'll try my best to be. So don't mind me if I'm like locked in and I'm not paying attention. And if you are working on an art project, if you're doing some chores, if you're in the Pokemon Center queue like me, then I wish you good luck on the Pokemon Center queue. What else is there? Yeah, if you're studying or something, or you're working, welcome. Thanks for being here. Good luck on whatever it is you're working on. Take a deep breath, and I'm gonna take a deep. Yo, what's going on, Zax? Did I say that right? XAX. Hey there. We're about to get started on this co-working stream. Take a deep breath real quick. All right. Gonna lock in for the next 40 minutes. Zach CM, if I said that right, I don't know how to pronounce your name, let me know. I'm gonna get started on work today, so I'll be here in chat. Good luck, everybody. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you in 39 minutes. And this is the first break. Hey, Echo. Oh my goodness. I feel like I've just been reading messages. Oh my god, I think I just got into the Pokemon Center queue. Wait. Is there anything left in here? Let's see if it's gonna kick me out. Booster packs? Oh, it really is Phantasmal Flame booster packs. What's the limit here? An error when attempting to add the product to the cart. Okay. If I just did one. No. Or maybe it's not available. Not that I need Phantasmal Flames, it's just fascinating that this is all the queue is about. Let me see, hold on. Let's try logging in and see if they kick me out as a bot. Okay, now I'm signed in. Okay, nothing's happening. It says it's available. Can I add to cart? An error when attempting to add product to the cart. What about 3? No. So 6 is the max. No, it's not happening. All right. Not a big deal. I don't need more cards. Not right now, anyways. What's going on, everybody? Happy Monday. Happy June. It's been quite a while. Woo! Thanks, Echo. Like I said, Ari was so funny. She got there before me and texted me, wow, this is a tech office. I don't know what I expected. You know, that's honestly valid. I think the first time going there, I was like, oh, like, this is like an actual, like, office. Like, but not in, like, it has that still, like, creator vibe in it, which is interesting. Like, when I go to my company's office, like, it does very much feel like a tech company. I mean, it's an AI company, right? But, wait, sorry. I don't know if that's the wrong one. There we go. I don't know if my audio was, like, too loud. And yeah, I'm sure you know that too, Echo, like with your company. Like there's definitely a difference of like the corporate office-y vibe, which like isn't, I mean, I guess depends on where you work, but like with my company's office, like it definitely feels, it's giving me that like Facebook, Google, Twitter, like kind of older vibe where like open office-ish / tech company kind of trying to be like fun-ish. And then going to Twitch, I feel like that's like a next step up where it's like you walk in and it's like, welcome to Twitch. The whole screens and everything, even like going all the way up the stairs. I remember the first time walking through the big Twitch sign, I'm just like, this is amazing. And then I think it was I think I've only been there twice. Was the second? I guess it was that event. I don't know. Maybe it was 3 times. I don't remember anymore. But it was the event where they gave us all the swag and stuff for the 10th anniversary. And I think that time I originally had to take a work meeting. And I messaged the coordinators being like, hey, is there like an office space that I can like jump into? And they reserved me like one of the rooms that they have meetings in, which was really cool. So that's where I kind of got the other side of it, where it was like, I know they convert their entire space for us to be like a small party venue. Like I said, I remember it was really sweet. And ultimately my meeting got canceled. So, but it was nice to have the room. And I was like, oh wow, like, I don't know. Not that I want to work at Twitch, but it was just interesting that I'm like, oh, like, I get it. It was also interesting to see, the employees that were there, because since that wasn't just like a creator event, like it was really cool to actually see kind of staff come out, and even they were just like, wow, there's so many streamers here. And even a lot of them that might not work at the main office because some of them might be remote. It was really interesting to kind of just hear their perspectives. We're like, oh yeah, it's not often that we get to be here. Because there's only certain teams that I guess that are in office, which makes sense nowadays. if they're hybrid. And I noticed a lot of them too. Like there was a creator line, and then there was like a separate like faculty line or staff line. Faculty's for schools, for staff line. And then I noticed even some of their line got really long because they're just like, yeah, we don't really get this stuff either. Like it comes and goes when it happens. So I don't know. It was cool. Yeah, I agree with you. It was really nice to actually meet some of the team that's behind the platform. And also like kind of hear how some people that work there were either formerly streamers or are now into kind of creating because they work there. I'm like, oh, what an interesting mix. Yeah, it was pretty cool. But I'm glad to hear that the event went well. And happy to hear from you, Echo and Stritch. Thanks for being here. Good luck on those last 8 days again, Stritch. I hope the 7th graders aren't too unruly. Echo said it's mutual. Nice. Yeah. It's been an interesting morning of just reading. I'm just trying to catch up on work. I feel like I've been so behind because I've been out the last 2 weeks. Oh, I even just got another message. Could one of you help updating week 4 pilot email? I'll do that after the break. How do I mark this as unread? Mark as unread. There we go. Sorry, I was like reading. I should be on break, not reading my work stuff. Why is it always 5th period? My 5th period also, my final 5th period that I had before I had left, it was them. Yeah, it was my 5th period mostly. Everybody else was, I mean, ranging levels of, things you had to deal with, but my 5th period was my last straw. My mod knows, and usually when I have some of my other former students, they also know. But yeah, it has been a while. I didn't realize I didn't stream like all of May. So I guess it's been kind of liberating a little bit. I do miss it though. I would love to hopefully create something more consistent for myself. Like, I don't know. I just think I need to learn how to be present online again. It's kind of hard for those of you that stream. I think like once you kind of break part of the cycle, mood, it's like, oh wow, this is nice not being like on a screen. And I think part of the reason to, not even just the last couple weeks, the more you do it, the easier it will be. Yeah, I agree. Like I kind of want to make something that's at least weekly, or at least post and be like, hey, this day of the week, excuse me, I will stream. It's been so challenging though. One of the things I just did yesterday, so I finally sat down and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna catch up on my planner. At least like once a month, I like kind of journal back in my planner on like goals and stuff and how it went. And I was like, oh man, I can't believe I missed last month. And then when I opened my journal, I hadn't written a reflection since February. I was like, whoa. Dang. It has. So I missed all of like March, April, and then May. And I was like, wow, I didn't even realize like that's how busy I've been with work. Oh, I got kicked out of the Pokemon Center queue. It's whatever. I don't need cards. Time does fly. And that was kind of the crazy part. I've been kind of tracking it through work. I feel like on the work side of things, I've been pretty good at reflecting. So I feel like maybe that's why I forgot to journal in my personal journal. Because every single week at work, we have to like reflect on the week. And then when the month ends, there's also that too. Oh, break's over. That's okay. We'll jump back into the poem in just a second. And so I've been heavily keeping track of what I've been up to that way. And when I look back at it, there was a solid like 12 to 14 weeks that I was just straight up traveling every single week. And there were times where there were gaps that would bleed over 2 weeks, but within those 2 weeks, the gap was really only like 3 or 4 days of like not traveling. So when we left for France with my family the last 2 weeks, it was relaxing and also not at the same time, because I'm like, I can't even be like home to have this kind of R&R. But it's still fun nonetheless. So this weekend when I came home, I was like, oh my God, like we're home, we're going to stream and do all this stuff. And the jet lag definitely hit. And I'm kind of glad that I was like, you know what, just relax. Like it's that moment of the vacation from the vacation, if you will. And I feel like it's a very, I don't even know if it's just that. It could just still be the former educator in me when you do a lot of stuff and you just need time to like disassociate and just not talk to anyone. And that's part of the reason why I haven't really been either streaming in between work trips. Like I said, oh, absolutely, yeah. Because it's just been exhausting. For those of you that know what I do with my job, like I'm already socializing with educators. So like my bandwidth there is already zapped. And then when I come home, I'm like, as much as I want to stream, this is where I'm trying to find a balance between this, because my job requires me to be on technology. And then my hobby is also on technology. And it's just like, oh man, I feel so burnt out. And so if you follow me on Instagram, I'm pretty active on there. I think that's become the most active because I haven't really been sitting down to edit content. I mainly have just been either posting that you see me outdoors, not just because I was out of the country, but usually I'm either rock climbing or maybe at a Pokemon tournament or something. And that's been very healing. But I do miss kind of being able to stream and do things online. So I don't know. We'll kind of see where it goes. Like I said, good. Thank you. Yeah, it feels good to be outdoors and outside. I'm hoping that, oh, I just brain farted. Forgot what I was going to say. It was related to whatever I was just talking about, but, yeah, anyways, hope to make something more consistent. I want to stream at least once a week. Like if I can dedicate myself to rock climbing multiple times a week, I can also dedicate myself to streaming at least once a week. So that's something I'm trying to figure out. That's what I was going to say. Like I said, good goal. Thank you. Yeah. It's related to like with all the work stuff, just trying to figure out how to manage my time in a healthy way. I hit my 1 year mark at my job, which is insane because I'm just like, wow, it's been a year already. So much has happened. And now I'm trying to think about, okay, technically we know what a year looks like. And well, this summer is going to be questionable because last summer during this time, I was still training, learning how to use the product and also just like AI in general, because it was not something no one really had skills in, unless like even if you are like a computer science person, there was just a lot to learn. So even then, last summer I didn't travel as much, but I'll see. It's very dependent on my coworkers now. But I'd like to think, especially with school letting out soon, that this summertime will be a little bit slower. I don't know for sure. It was last year. There wasn't a lot of travel, and I don't expect there to be a lot of travel because no one's in school. Like there's no teachers to like literally visit. So I'll have to see what happens there. I'd like to think that means that I have more free time to do what I need to do. But we'll see. Even in the coming fall, which was a pretty busy time for me, but I hope that I'll be able to like do something that's what I was just saying, like kind of regular, even though it's not, I don't know what the word is, consistent. Like I highly doubt I'm going to be able to say like every week on a Wednesday, we're going to stream. just because of how like fluid my travel schedule is. But at the minimum, I'm like, I want to do like, okay, this is the day that we're going to stream. And I don't know, just put it on there, even if it's just co-working. Yeah, I hope it's less travel for the summer. And if it's not, that's okay. I do enjoy it. It's just what I would love to get to, which is one of my goals that I wrote down. And it's something I've been working on for the past few months as well. But like, it's hard when like things are out of your hands when it comes to work-related travel, because like I'm not the person who is landing these deals and making like the schedule for these things. It is very based on what a school needs, which is totally fine. It's also just like I would like to know at least like 2 weeks in advance. Primarily just because booking is expensive if you know travel. And then also I just like to know what's coming up in my calendar. But the past those 10 to 14 weeks that I was talking about, a lot of it was very last minute. Like I said, oh geez, yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, I agree. I've been better about, kind of hounding my teammates on communications and clarity and transparency. Even if sometimes it means more work for me, I'm just like, hey, loop me into that email thread, put me in that call, just so I'm aware. Because if you know group projects, even in adult life, it's just like not everyone is a great team player or is good at, I don't know, whatever those roles are. And sometimes just having to step in and be like, hey, I need information on this. Stritch asks, which school AI platform are you working for? It's actually called School AI. If you're wondering. There you go. That's the one that I'm working at. I am the person who trains teachers on how to use the platform. I know there's several out there. I think the biggest ones are, like, to my knowledge, is Magic School. Then there's School AI, which is where I work. And then Brisk is another one that's actually California native. I had no idea. And actually even like Bay Area native. I think San Francisco particularly. They're a little bit smaller though. Magic School, I would probably say, is like the biggest one. So like if we had to do like a Google versus Apple comparison, I would probably say Magic School and School AI are the two bigger ones. Oh, you have used it. Nice. I mean, I hope you enjoy it. I don't know. I'm not the salesperson, but if you have questions about it, feel free to ask me. There's a lot you can do with the platform. There's so much that's evolving every day too. Literally what I've just been doing is catching up on all the updates. Like in the last 2 weeks alone, our product team is always updating stuff, the engineers. Which is really good because they're really receptive to listening to the teachers that we work with. Me as a person who is actually like on the ground, like when I go to schools, an educator will be like, hey, I work at Garden Grove Unified, and we have specific like modern art standards that we use for our art electives. It'd be really cool if we could implement that into the platform. And so I passed it on to the engineering team, and then about a week or two later, it was in the platform. So that's something that I really enjoy about working here, is that they are very open to listening to the teacher's needs and making sure we can include that as part of the workflow process for educators. So yeah. But I hope you have fun with it, Stritch, and anyone else that tries it out. I feel like anyone that's not a teacher too, you could make an account, I believe. Or it might ask for nowadays it might actually ask for a teacher email, I'm not sure. But if you wanted to try it out as like an AI assistant, it is pretty fascinating. If you used AI, many of you know that you have to kind of build it out, if you will. Because something like a ChatGPT or others kind of needs to learn like who you are. Whereas with School AI, it is actually built to think like an educator. I'm sure there are updates coming all the time. Yeah. Definitely, like it before, it was kind of like as you know, with apps, it's like, here's the 1.0 update, and now here's the 2.0 update, and things kind of slowly rolled out. Now it's kind of got into like a month to month, week to week, if not even day by day almost, updates, because teachers are requesting so many features, which is really great. And it's really cool to see an engineering team actually be proactive about that. And so, yeah, there's always new things coming out. As we know, something like AI is rapidly evolving. And so if you're an educator out there, I recommend trying it out. It definitely assists with the teacher productivity side. I'm very more focused on the student learning side, which is also what I love about or appreciate about school AI, is that they're focused on trying to use this technology to enhance learning. And that's kind of like a twofold thing. Starts off with, one, educators need to know how to use the technology, but then once they can like model that for their students and then create different learning activities and stuff like that. Like I've showed it to some of my students, my former students, and a lot of them are like, wow, that would have been nice when we were in the classroom, like to have like a tutor while you might have been busy with another student. And so, yeah, it's been very interesting to learn how to use and also train teachers. But if you haven't used it in a while, go check it out. A lot of updates. I often use it as an assistant, like sometimes when, because I'm always making curriculum resources for teachers. So I work with Washington, Oregon, California, Montana, and Hawaii. And so depending on the state, like I'll kind of just pull in the school district's standards and then work on creating materials that way, which is really helpful because I'm not someone who knows, say Washington state standards like the back of my hand. I'm a California teacher, so like I know my California teacher state standards. So it's been really helpful in helping me make resources to help teachers understand like how to use the technology. Anyways, thanks for asking, Stritch. I hope the rest of your school day, well, it's still, I don't know what time it is for you, unless we're on the same time, but it's still early for me. Anyways, hey, what's going on? How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome back. I am doing well. Stritch said, yeah, I love that part of it, although our district is still trying to figure out how I want students to utilize AI. I was on our AI piloting committee. Nice. Okay, that's good. Yeah, no, you are, yeah, whether it's an AI committee or something else, I was definitely someone who was a part of like different PLCs and groups to figure out, how are we going to use this LMS or this EdTech tool? Like, are we going to use this during the pandemic or whatever? So I'm glad to hear that you're been a part of those groups to figure out how to safely roll this out for your teachers and students. And yeah, right, I figured you're in California. Yeah, and California is definitely in that phase. That's something that I've been trying to get that. How are you doing, Ike? Thanks for being here. California has been very cautious, which is a good thing, because as we've probably seen all over the news, things that happen with AI in schools isn't exactly great. There's a really big pushback on teachers and technology, especially with little ones in general. Schools want less screen time, which is completely valid. I totally get that, whether it's away from phones or just technology in general. And so figuring out the aspects of tech or even AI to have in schools is extremely important. And I think California is, though slower than other states, it is very aware that they don't want to make the same mistake we did with social media as we might with bringing AI into the classroom. And so that's why I think having these piloting committees, like you mentioned, Stritch, and evaluating which tool is a better fit for us is important. But if you do, I don't know if you're still part of that planning or piloting committee. Yeah, if you do need someone to talk about school AI, feel free to reach out to me to pilot the tool or something. Because that's literally what I do, is help teachers figure that out. Church said right now we're mostly focused on teacher tools as opposed to student-facing ones. Yeah, no, it's totally valid. And that's kind of where I do like demos focused on teacher stuff instead of student stuff, which is also very important. Ike said, unfortunately, could be doing better. Last week a lot happened, but today has been okay. Thanks for asking. Oh, I'm glad to hear things are better. Yeah, I just got back from a trip in France with my family, so has been quite a bit. I'm doing good. Oh, I don't know if I downloaded these VODs. That's something I'll do later. I feel like I lost a lot of footage on Twitch just because I am not actively downloading my VODs, but that's okay. Church said, "Will do." Sweet, yeah. Or even if not, just let me know if you have questions if you use the platform, and I'll do my best to help you out. Ake asked, how did it go? It went really well. It was 2 weeks with my brother and my parents. I think Ake said that's okay, you'll get even more footage. Thanks. There's even a lot of stuff that I haven't even used, which is another problem in itself. Trip was good. Definitely very busy. It was a lot of 12 to 14 hour days, which I was really surprised by. And even my parents had shared oh man, we're just getting older, because there was a lot of walking involved. And so definitely pretty taxing on them. But I'm glad that they enjoyed themselves. Oh, 3-stream streak. Nice. Thanks, Ake. Appreciate you. And yeah, we did a lot. There was a lot of exploring random restaurants, random places. My parents had a few things in mind. My mom is very Catholic and religious, so we visited a lot of historical churches and cathedrals and toured stuff. My dad wanted to see some other historical things, where World War II 1 and 2 stuff happened. Yeah, Ike said walking can be a lot. Glad they also enjoy themselves. Long days, but fun days. Yeah, exactly. And one of the things for me, at least, and it could just be the teacher side of me, is that I really wanted it to be more intentional in terms of planning, which it wasn't. And part of me is that's partly my fault, just because I wasn't able to sit down with them and actually plan out the trip, just because I was so busy with traveling for work. I gave them a lot of the resources. I also do feel a little honored that I was able to cover a good amount of the hotel stays, just to kind of provide that financial support for my parents, which is really nice. So I kind of thought that was good enough, and they were going to do the rest of the planning. And I gave them a lot of the information that I had found and researched. I think the ultimate part was they didn't make a final decision, if that makes sense. So there's oh, we could try this, or we could do this, or we could do that. But it was so up in the air that it kind of, and I mean, I feel like traveling with family is kind of like this a lot. But it did kind of complicate scheduling, because a lot of things ran out of booking times or reservations available since it was so last minute. So that's kind of where, had we chosen, months in advance, yeah, it kind of complicates part of the trip. And so fortunately, we were still able to do some of the things we were intending to, because we were out there for so long. But we definitely got lucky that there was a reservation to, if anyone's ever been to the Louvre, which is where or knows of that, which is where the Mona Lisa is, and a lot of other famous art pieces and sculptures. We were able to get a spot. Some other things, like visiting the Eiffel Tower and other big landmarks. A lot of those reservations just ran out, and we got really lucky that since we were there for so long, there was stuff that opened up by the end of our trip, but it was we had to move scheduling around. Ike said they do be nice looking in France and Europe. Yes, the church architecture. But if they're okay with it, it was fine not being able to go places. Yeah, my parents were definitely fine with it. It was they're definitely a kind of, if it happens, it happens kind of thing. But then the second piece of that was there was no backup plan. And then because there was no like backup plan, then they didn't like make a decision, and then would get kind of like antsy or frustrated by that. And it's just like, well, that was kind of self-inflicted. So like, and then that's where me and my brother kind of stepped in to like, okay, then, you know, pivoting on the fly. And me and my brother were like, okay, we can go do this then, we can go do this. And so I think that kind of stress, yeah, just kind of fell on me and my brother, which isn't bad. Even the feedback from my parents too were like, thanks for doing that, because they knew they were stressed out, and then me and my brother just kind of took it on ourselves to figure it out. And so I know they're very grateful for that. Because as we visited family and stuff this weekend as well, and they would be sharing with them too, like, yeah, like, really grateful that Avery and his brother like did all the driving, or focused on where to go. And I saw it during the trip too, like in the moments of we'd pivot somewhere. For those of you that do know, like my brother's a great photographer. I would say I'm a mediocre one, but we both had our cameras, you know, we're taking pictures of stuff. And then my parents would also be like, oh, wait, turn around, like try to take pictures of me and my brother. We try to take family photos. And it was the smile on my mom's face and my dad's face too, that as they're like taking the picture, like with their phone, right? They're just like this, and you can just see like their giant smile. They were very happy. And so I think that was kind of like the winning moment for me, that kind of wiped away all the frustration that I was explaining, that it was like, yes, exactly as you're saying, parents truly change into children in the family when they grow older. I definitely feel that too, not saying it's negative, but making sure your parents take care of themselves. Yeah. And that was kind of exactly what it was. Just seeing the joy that it brought out of them was pretty much all I needed. It would get me through that few hours until the end of the day. But then when me and my brother, like, if you've ever been to Europe, you know that like their hotel rooms are actually really small, especially if you're staying with like two individuals and not like a couple or something. So like me and my brother were sharing a room, and we're just like, everything I kind of just said in a respectful, nice way just now was a lot less respectful and nice because we're just venting to each other, and trying to get through things day by day. But overall, it was a really good trip. Something very memorable. We had a lot of photos. I wish I took more videos. For those of you that do know, like I was, and maybe I still am, but someone who's super heavy on like, or was like, that I loved making videos. For some reason, I just didn't. Probably because it is a bit of a hassle to get out all the equipment, and it is really quick and easy to just take a photo. But I'm excited to, in the coming months, like work on creating like a photo book with the stuff that me and my brother took, and hopefully like we can turn that into like a Christmas present for my parents. But yeah, he said it's okay, vent away, helped you to de-stress. Yeah, it very much did. Yeah, getting through it, and then after the fact, I was like, okay, I need time to like rest, which I was telling chat earlier, which I've used most of this pomo for. Let me make sure no one messaged me. Hold on. Okay, we're good. What was it? Yeah, like I was planning to stream this weekend when I came home, and I was like, I noticed like how tired I was, which is probably the jet lag. And so I kind of really just focused on making sure that I was just recharging instead of trying to do too much. I just lost my Twitch chat. Where did it go? Let's get rid of this. It's hiding. There it is. There we go. Egg said you're turning into a Kyo stream. But yes, take care of yourself. Thank you. Yeah, it is the yapping part of the stream, but it's good to catch up with everyone, because I think that's kind of the biggest part that I shared with folks earlier, is that I do just miss chopping it up with you, Echo, Stritch, and everybody else who comes by. I think that's kind of the most fun part about. Oh, thank you, Miso. Hello. about streaming. Also haven't had miso for like 2 weeks, so she's very excited to to be home. Which reminds me, I was supposed to put up the miso cam, and I didn't do that. So let me do that right now. Thank you. You want to say hi to the people? Hold on. Ooh. She's doing good. Thanks for asking, Ike. Yeah, she was at my aunt's house for the 2 weeks, so very fortunate there. Because when we were, if anyone remembers, back in January, I was in Hawaii for a few weeks for my my grandpa's funeral, and that time I had to pay for like a dog sitter because my aunt was with us in Hawaii. And that was rough on the wallet. But my aunt had a great time dog sitting miso. Unfortunately, their dog had passed away in a couple months. I think it was like maybe last month or something. While they were visiting their sons in New York, my brother was house sitting, and unfortunately, their beagle, she passed away. She's pretty old already. Oh, thank you, Ake. I appreciate that. And so my aunt and uncle have been missing having a dog. They're very fond of miso. Their dog's name was Shabu, like hot pot, like shabu shabu. And so Shabu and miso were like, two little cousins. I kind of wish miso got to see Shabu one more time, but I have no control over that. And so they're very happy to dog sit miso because they're just like, house feels less lonely with her around. Yeah, since Shabu had passed. I'm like, oh, well, thanks for taking care of my dog. And they're like, yeah, anytime, just let us know. But yeah. Miso's doing good though. She's very happy to be home for sure. I'm happy to have her back too. Definitely missed her while I was away. Oh, you lost your cat last week? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sending you lots of love, and I hope your kitty is resting well. I'm sorry, that's a lot. Yeah. After hearing about my aunt's dog, I'm like, man, this is gonna be rough when that happens with miso. I love this little booger. Yeah, you. Talking about you. Nick said thank you. You're welcome. Sending you a virtual hug. Oh, ad break. That's probably a sign that I should do work. I talked through an entire ad thing. Oh, thank you, miso. All right. Hello, hello. I'm going to make this one like a working break since I was yapping the whole time during the last pomo. Actually, I should take a bathroom break. Can we just finish that? Get rid of that. Now I'm going to work on some emails. Ramp receipts. For like 15 minutes. All right. I will be right back. I don't know, I'm typing. We're on a break still. This is a working break. Just trying to fix the miso camera. How you doing, Meal Freak? Ooh. Long time no see. Alright, let's see. Continue working on emails. Here's why I'm sharing a document from you. Cheney Public Schools, right, that's what I need to do. Just anti-bribery and anti-corruption. Right, can't sign to Rippling here. Well, hope everyone is having a good break. If you haven't gotten up to stretch or something or get some water, make sure you go do that. Grab a snack. I have an overdue employment course that I was out of town, so it's 40 minutes. Okay. So I need to put in an hour for that. Let's put Rippling course. Get that out of the way today. Oh, I was also supposed to do a CTA conference proposals. Should probably post in the community. And the break is over. But I'm gonna continue going as we enter Pomo number 3. Good luck. I got a lot of stuff to do, so I will be here in chat. Alicia. How you doing? Thanks for being here. Yeah, every time you go on, you're jet lagged. Yeah, I definitely travel a lot. She said, oh my god, that's me. A couple of days ago, I was so tired that I overslept after my alarm with my phone. Oh my god, yeah, that's like the worst feeling. I have struggled with that for so long over the last, like, I think pretty much a decade. I don't know what's happening the past few weeks, but it's been like a good kind of waking up, which is something I've always kind of wanted, or wish I could do. I don't know how long it's gonna last. I'm gonna try to keep it up. Particularly, so this recent travel was for family. It was really nice. Just being on vacation with my family. So it wasn't for work, but even like work travel, like that stuff stresses me out because like I'm like in a different time zone, even if it's just a couple hours, and I'm like afraid of not waking up. But I think like for this trip with my family, like we kind of had like 12, 14-hour days, which were really long. But it was just a lot of like exploring France, and you know we had to make it to a museum time or like to the Eiffel Tower or a tour or something. So we were just getting up early every day. The first like 2 days were kind of rough because on the jet lag side, but then I think I like adapted, and then for some reason like I was just waking up early like naturally before the alarm, and I think because I was doing that for like 2 weeks straight, it kind of just like surprisingly the jet lag back. It affected me like over the weekend, but like it kind of adjusted right away, which I think I'm grateful for because usually I don't have a good experience with jet lag. And so like normally like I would go back to sleep, but like, so I guess like for context, Saturday morning, I think I woke up at like 5 or 6:30, and then I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna go back to sleep. Let's just see if I could tough it out. And so I've kind of been doing that over the weekend into today. And so like my alarm was set for like 9 a.m. today, and then which is when work starts. But like I got up at like 7, and I was like, you know what? Let's just roll with it and see if we can start the workday a little bit earlier. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah. She said, I mean, I imagine being me and trying to explain to my boss that you're late to work at 3 p.m. because you overslept. I've been there very recently, even like there was a few times. I think it's happened twice so far. I'm trying not to let it happen again. In my current job right now, but like it was a company like headquarters week, so we were all in the state of Utah, and for the people that come from out of state, we're all staying in the same hotel. It was the day that I was presenting something like to the whole company-wide team, like I was leading like an activity, and I overslept and I missed the entire activity. Fortunately, my teammates, continued the presentation. A lot of folks just assumed that I had like a call that I was on, but I straight up was like, no, I didn't wake up. I like slept through all my alarms. I like don't know what happened, and that's not uncommon for me. Like I've had that happen several times, and I hate it. I hate that part about myself. And I've always been trying to work on it. This year in particularly, I think I've done a lot better. And as of recently, really well. So I hope I can keep that up, but we'll see. Cause like I'm not a morning person. I don't. I'd rather sleep. But it's clear that if I sleep at the right time and I get enough sleep, apparently my body will naturally just wake up. So I don't know. Hopefully I keep that up. It'd be nice. Because I do like having daylight. Because over the last few years I've been pretty, especially during unemployment. That last year, like it was like demon hours. I'd be up really late at night and wake up really late. Like she said, but are you traveling? So you might have jet lag? I'm always in the same place. I just like to go to sleep really late. Yeah, typically that's what I typically do. I stay up late because I'll be online or I'll be doing something. Daylight, I see it sometimes before going to bed. Yeah, and usually like I think the last like year and a half or two, I've definitely been like barely getting sunlight, which is fine, because I'll just stay up late in the night and kind of make up for that time. But then I think it's just because of the nature of my job. Like I'm visiting schools, right? So I'm there during the school day. So like I have to be up. Has been a struggle, but I think the last month or so, a few months actually, has been pretty good, or it's felt better that like I'm waking up and then I go through the day. I think maybe because like the amount of, so yeah, I haven't streamed in like over a month, which I didn't realize. I didn't realize the last time I streamed was like in April. The last few months have just been a lot of work travel, literally like every single week. I think I've stayed more, that's probably not true, but I've stayed probably more nights in a hotel than I have in my actual home for 2026 so far, because I've been traveling so much for work. And so I think that has kind of forced me to wake up, because it's like I have to do my job. Not that jobs don't do that, but like there was no option to sleep in. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Except when I came home, and so those were the times I would kind of recharge. But you said you just exchanged with me because I'm doing worse with waking up. Yeah, it's been hard. Lately, I don't know. I think it is because of the trip that I had with my family. Like, there was no option. Like, I really wanted to sleep in so bad. I just remember being so tired over the last 2 weeks, and I was really concerned that coming home, I was going to still be tired. That kind of like you need a break from the vacation, like a vacation from the vacation or something. But I think this weekend, I just took time to really rest when we came home, because I wanted to stream this weekend, you know, play some video games, rip some cards, connect with everybody again. And instead, I'd like unpacked, I did laundry, like I just tried to do things to make sure that I felt set up for today, which I think was a good call, because I was able to just like rest and like not socialize. You said I really need a vacation. 3 more weeks? Is that the end of your term? Almost there? I know there are definitely like some schools and stuff that are still in session that I'm working with. Some have already ended. My aunt is a 3rd grade teacher. And her last day was on the 28th. But then I know like some teachers I'm just talking to today, we're just like, yeah, we have another 8 days, or we have another 2 weeks, or like we're going until mid-June. Or even like some of my former students that are so ready to graduate right now from college. They're just like, oh, dude, I have like another like 3 or 4 weeks. Whereas like some of them graduated like 2 weeks ago. So just that end of year, that final push. 3 more weeks. You got, yes, next 2 weeks. I am 1 day at work, 1 day uni. By the end, not gonna remember where I'm going. Yeah, it's that last like, I'm half here. Oh, what did my coworker ask me? Feed. Today I had last class with my group, and damn, I'm gonna miss him. Oh, that's nice. I love making friends with the folks in my classes. A lot of them, like, I'm not like super close with now. I wish I was. While we were in school, we were like super tight. Even like when we graduated, like it was very sweet. It was like, Avery, like sit with us, and we took photos and everything, because we had a lot of classes together. But now I still follow them on social media. It's really cool to see a lot of them either have gotten married or having kids now, and just cheering them on. But keep in touch with them if they're good friends of yours. So I wish I had stayed more in touch for other, not even that personal reasons. It was my ex that didn't want me to be friends with a lot of these people. And now I have regrets not having that kind of close connection with them. But whatever, life happens. But that's awesome. Not realize the break was over. I need some food, so I'm probably gonna take a lunch break, and then we'll come back for Some more pomos, I guess. What is this? Tucker 5. What? Okay, I guess I can do that. It's got random meeting. Oh, lol. Yeah, I was talking about like my grad school classmates. You're good. Yeah, that's valid. If they end up reconnecting with you at some point, maybe as they're adults. But some of my like former students, they're in like their 3rd year of college now. Some of them have been like reaching out to me for personal things, like they're going through it. They're going through heartbreak, or they're going through stuff in school, and it was very, very honored that they thought of me. Also, they shouldn't need to do that, but they're just like, hey, Mr. B, like I just need somebody to talk to you about this. And I'm like, oh yeah, I got you, man. Glad I can still assist them in a later part in life when I'm no longer their teacher. Where did my task list go? Okay, I'm gonna work on those emails after, but now we're gonna do lunch. But I'm gonna talk with the oldest ones for show. Yeah, that's kind of where it was for me. It's like, well, I mean, I worked in high school, so but I also told a lot of students too, like, hey man, like it's not, you gotta graduate first. Like I'm not gonna connect with you on social media and stuff until you're out of school. There's no need for that. But a lot of my students that are, well, actually all my students now are all in college and beyond, because it's been a few years already. So different forms of communications there. But definitely I remember a lot of them were just like, why can't we follow you on like social media and other stuff? And like, at the time, like as many people have probably been here over the last few years, I've had my students trickle in and out, especially when I was teaching. Kids would still come in through chat. That was something that I was like, you know, I can't really control that if you're going to hop into my stream. But in terms of like following me on social media and on other platforms, I was like, not accepted until you graduate, kind of thing. So okay. Oh, right. So pomo number, I guess I'll run a pomo. That's number 5. Timer. Like you said, I hope I can teach them next year. I was supposed to not work next year, but maybe I can do 1 day a week. But the worst part about teaching is leaving the job. I still don't want to be a teacher for life. Bless you. Thank you. Yeah, it was hard to leave. It was such a difficult choice to make for me. Actually, like I sat down with my students and asked them what I should do. It was really them that actually pushed me to leave. I think ultimately I probably was going to at some point. I just wasn't sure if this was the time, but my students actually convinced me, like, hey man, like the opportunity presented itself. What if it doesn't come back? And then the other piece of that was them saying, because the jobs that I'm doing is coaching teachers. And a lot of them were like, if you could help another teacher make the classroom a better place for their 200 or so kids, and you did that for 10 teachers, please leave. And I was like, oh. And a lot of the students that I had younger siblings. They're like, I would love for you to stay here for my brother and my sister to have you as a teacher, but it sounds like they knew, they're like, the mission is bigger than just my sibling. And they were like, more teachers could benefit from you taking this job instead of you just staying here at the school. And it was like, I was shocked that the students kind of came to that conclusion on their own. But also I shouldn't be, because, you know, a lot of what I teach is tied into that kind of thinking. So very honored that, you know, they kind of just threw back at me things that I've taught them. But yeah, it's really hard to leave because it's just, there's so much passion and love that goes into working with your students. And I don't know, for me, like the best part is just teaching. I wasn't in it for anything else. I just wanted to help kids learn. I wanted to be essentially the teacher that I never had. And when you're kind of in it for just doing the good work, I don't know any teacher that isn't, but personally, but I've heard that there are some teachers, but for me, like that was kind of just the most rewarding thing ever. She said, I'm going to miss those students. I'm doing a gap year, but I'm scared they won't want me as a teacher anymore, and they just stay with the new one. That is a highly, like, you're valid for saying that. I'm trying to be the best teacher, but I know sometimes I yap too much. I also yapped a lot too, as we can see here. That's kind of the hard part. Yeah, because like, as much as I do want to go back to a school, I am kind of wondering, is someone going to hire me again during unemployment? Like, I actually applied to schools because I wasn't finding any work, and some of them never called me back. So I'm kind of even wondering, do schools even want me around in that sense, like as a classroom teacher? I feel like teachers are always going to be needed though, so we just have to keep shooting our shot until someone reads our resume or something, or gives us an opportunity. But I hope they bring you back, and then if not, I hope you're also able to find another space or different school or program to be a part of. But yeah, I feel you on that. All right, I'm gonna go find some food for lunch, and then I will be back for hole number 6, or we'll just keep it going. I think we'll see if I can last another 4 hours. It's been a while since we've streamed, but I feel good so far. Like the previous times that I streamed, like back in April, I tried to do like a co-working stream, and I just felt so exhausted. This time I feel good about it, so I don't know. Hopefully we'll kind of make it to the end of the workday this time. She said my boss wants me back. That's good. She doesn't even want to let go of me, but I have uni, so I have to leave for a year. That's really good to hear. Keep in touch with your boss, because that was the one like fortunate opportunity that I had, which I ended up turning down. And I guess that happened for a reason. It was actually my alma mater at my high school. What I ended up doing over the few years that I was in my program, I told I think he was the president of the school, but like I knew him when I was a student, right? And so he personally was like, just keep in touch with me, keep me updated on your program, when you're going to graduate. And it ultimately turned into, I applied, they interviewed me, they offered me a job. I know that's a little different from your situation, but I'm just saying, like, if your boss wants you back, that's a really good thing. Even my former principal, while I was unemployed, she's at a new school district now. And while I was unemployed, she was like, hey, I'd love to have you at the school here. And I was tempted to apply, but I was also, at that point in time, I was waiting to hear back from my current job. So like, had she had offered me that a couple months prior, I might have taken it because I was jobless. So, maintain those connections, which reminds me I should probably reach out to my school principal and some of my former teacher friends. They're probably on summer break now. Actually, I could take a look at it. I think it was, now I'm curious. Lol said, let's loop back in September. I messaged her in the summer. South City now. Let's see. Directory. Oh, So she is the principal there. Okay. Let's see. District holidays, school days. Non-student. Okay. District holiday. When was like the first day of school? Doesn't even say. Staff, non-student day. So it's probably the 14th. Okay. Maybe I'll have the message. I'll shoot a message right now. All right, now I'll go get some lunch. Let me go put up a little sticky note to signify I am away. Let's see. Lunch break, BRB. All right, I will be back hopefully before the next pomo starts. BRB.
Welcome, everybody, to the Pokelats podcast, a Pokemon podcast where we talk about all things Pokemon and where we answer the question, what is your favorite Mega Evolution, up to date with the release of the new Mega Evolution lines and Pokemon ZA coming out in about a week from now after this episode releases. I'm your boy, Does Size Matter LOL, aka Adrian, aka AJ, aka Toxic Man Player. Here with my co-host. Go ahead and introduce yourself, my friend.
Hey guys, Sneaker Dad 93 here, aka Damien. That's it.
If you can't tell, we're recording this pretty late at night. We're all like in our like early 30s, which is pretty much the new 40s of this generation. So we're like running on no sleep.
I will take the fault on that. That's just what it's like having a 1.5-year-old who just she's growing, she's learning, and she's refusing to go to sleep any earlier than like 10 o'clock or even later. So, anywho, okay, so what is my favorite Mega Evolution? It's so hard for me to pick because there are some really great ones, and then there are some meme ones that I would like to just pick for the fun of it. But I just kind of had a remembrance to I'm a big fan of just having beefy boys on your team. So Mega Swampert just looks absolutely yoked, and I would love to have his shoulder line, the broad shoulders and the buff ass arms. Like, yeah, hell yeah, that's who I would go for mine. But Adrian, who would you go for yours?
Glazing Mega Swampert right now. So those are the kind of bodies you like. You like your big built beefy men.
Didn't
We're not judging here. It's okay.
I didn't mean to paint myself into a corner here, but hold on. The question's you, not me. Like,
no, I'm like Mega Pokemon. I don't have a favorite one because my favorite one has yet to come out. Imagine if there was a Mega Miltank and instead of 4 nipples, it doubled it and it came out to 8 nipples.
This man is 10 toes down on Miltank.
Yes.
You have to respect it. Well, this episode, we actually have a guest with us. He's a very close friend of Adrian's, and we've been trying to get him on the podcast for quite some time. So we're finally happy that we have him here with us. We have Avery Balas. I actually don't know how to say your last name.
That was right. Yeah.
Balaspas?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we also known as Avery Balls on Twitch. Welcome to the show.
Hey,
and if you were to pick your favorite Mega Evolution Pokemon, what would it be?
Oh man, it is kind of hard. I like that Adrian said like I don't have a favorite one yet because it hasn't come out. I appreciate that. I know you guys said like up until now, I feel like it changed over time because when Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire came out and they brought out Mega Sceptile, I was like, all right, that's it. Sceptile is one of my favorite starters.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
that's when I was just like, damn, they did really well with all three of them, honestly. Exactly like you were saying, Damien, like Mega Swampert, swole. Mega Blaziken's design is really sick too, and I think like with the X and Y trio, similarly, like they did a great job with all three of those. But I'd probably have to say Mega Sceptile. And before that came out, like I think I chose version X because of Mega Charizard X. Not that I'm like a crazy Charizard fan, but
Mhm.
for me it was that Easter egg of like it's shiny Charizard, and it just reminded me of like the OG kind of like shiny
Yeah.
Charizard TCG cards, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe they gave a little homage to that. At least that's what I think. You know, when X and Y came out, and it was strange that only Charizard and then Mewtwo got X and Y forms, and now Raichu does. So kind of curious if that's going to be a thing moving forward, if there's going to be kind of dual evolutions for other Pokemon, but who knows?
Yeah. Looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing basically the official list when it comes out next week. I'm
Mm-hmm.
stoked because Kayla was nice enough to give me the Nintendo Switch Pokemon Legends EA combo. So
Ooh,
that's an early birthday present for me. So I'll
nice.
be just shut down and just caved in once that comes out. All
I
right.
was
But
too lazy
yes.
to purchase the Pokemon bundle. I ended up getting the Mario Kart bundle,
I did too.
and
Yeah.
then and then purchasing ZA right after or pre-ordering it. I was like, I wanted the Switch now.
Oh wait, so Avery, did you, or rather, I guess a question for both you guys, where did you guys pre-order from? Because I know that different vendors have different pre-order bonuses or like goodies to give out. So where did you guys order from?
Yeah, I missed the first pre-order on the Pokemon Center because they came with plushes, right, of the starters.
Mm.
And at that point in time, it was just money. I was like, I'll get it later, and then it disappeared. I was like, oh, I guess I'm not pre-ordering it anymore. And then luckily that second wave came out, and I think it has some pins, but I didn't realize that at that point all the other stores like Best Buy, Walmart, whatever were doing their pre-orders. And I think the Best Buy one came with like a lot. It was like, oh, there's a poster with it and like some other memorabilia. But I'm like, I'm cool with the pin. I would have been really hype if there was like a, I don't know, they're not doing special edition switches for this generation. I was kind of thinking like, oh, is there gonna, well, they didn't release a Zelda game, but you know what I mean? Like if there was a dock that had, I don't know, Legend ZA on it or something like that, or with the Mario Kart one too, I was like, oh, would there be a Mario Kart World Nintendo Switch 2? But if anything, I'm just lucky that I was able to get even a Nintendo Switch 2 and then pre-order it. That Pokemon Center put up a second one after too. So thank you, Pokemon Center.
There was like a
Oh yeah.
leaked fan photo. Like I thought it was real, and it had like Zygarde on
Saw
the
that too.
Switch 2. Yeah, yeah. So I thought it was like an official release too. It would have been cool if they had like that design, but I have a feeling they're gonna save that for an actual mainline game,
Mm,
versus this just being like part of the Legends line.
true.
But yeah, I ended up pre-ordering mine at Best Buy because I saw that it came with a mouse pad, but they advertise it as like a TCG playmat, and it has the town map or the city map. I forgot where the fuck this place or where the game takes place. But yeah, I thought it was really cool. It has like Zygarde at the bottom left corner or something like that. And it just shows the entire map. I'm just hoping it's not like an actual mouse pad where it has the embroidered like edges and where it's like really thick. I really hope it's like one of the nice like TCG style playmats. So that's pretty cool. Plus, at Best Buy, if you don't end up like pre-ordering it, it's on sale for like $30 if you just want to buy the mouse pad playmat thing separately.
Oh,
Hmm.
I didn't know that.
Noted.
Yeah. I originally was going to do it from GameStop because I was trying to trade in my current or like the Nintendo Switch that I did have, and I think they were doing $60.
Oh,
But uh, what's when my wife decided to surprise me for the gift for my birthday, she basically caught wind of the fact that I was trying to trade in my Switch, and she was like, "That's basically what spoiled the surprise of letting me know ahead of time." Where she was trying to say, "Don't do anything. I already pre-ordered it, so please don't try to buy it yourself." Because at first I was just trying to see if I could just get some cash for my birthday, and I was just like, "Oh, I'll just do the trade, and I'll just offset the cost." But she actually pre-ordered it from Best Buy, and then I tried looking up Best Buy traded deals, and it turns out they were able to give me $75 for it. So I was able to get like a little extra money for that same trade in value, which was cool.
Nice.
Um, but yeah, looking forward to getting the playmat and just kind of curious also to see if it's like a mouse pad versus like a actual TCG mat, just like how Adrian said. Um, but yeah, so for our listeners here, Avery actually has quite the following on Twitch, and he's quite the content creator himself.
I don't know about that, but thank you.
We're using him for our own exposure.
We're asking him to boost our bottom. But I wanted to get a better understanding of like what it was like for you starting out with, just being on Twitch. Like, how did you grow your audience? Was it just something that you just kind of naturally fell into, or even where you wanted to just taking a step back before you even Twitch? Just how did you want to just start out with telling everyone your story?
Yeah.
Hey, before you start, you got to hit us with your infamous tagline when you get rated. What's your catchphrase?
I low-key was about to just say that.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to intro
Yeah.
it. It's really just like, hey guys, my name's Avery. I'm a recovering high school English teacher turned co-working streamer. And then I kind of go from there. I play Pokemon TCG, Nintendo games, etc., etc. But that's kind of like the first tagline. And just to make it clear that like, yeah, I'm a former teacher. That's a really big part of my identity. And, I think the journey that led to what is today was a lot of like, after I left the classroom, was like, who am I without Mr. B? Like I've become so enveloped in my life with education and I'm super passionate about it. But I also had realized like my tether to the classroom was like so strong that folks that were our age, they're going out rock climbing after work. And that's kind of what really pulled me into it. And like a lot of other things where I was like, wow, I'm very invested in what I do. I love what I do, but I don't have any hobbies outside of this. And so that's kind of what started having me branch out from teaching. But really like Twitch was just something that I only knew of because like my brother used to work as a bar back at there was a bar in San Francisco, Folsom Street Foundry, I think, or something. They did a lot of video
Folsom
game
Street
stuff.
Foundry. Yep.
Yeah, and so
Nice.
he used to work there, and I think Twitch like had an event, and so he got like free Twitch gear, gifted it to me because he was able to snag an extra one. And so back in like the old pep days and interning and stuff, I would wear this Twitch hoodie, and people would be like, "Are you a streamer?" And I was like, what makes you think that? And I was like, oh, I'm wearing a Twitch jacket. And so like that kind of just implanted in my mind over the years. Even students, when I started teaching too, they're just like, oh my God, you're on Twitch. And I'm like, I don't even know what that means. And so like fast forward into the pandemic where it kind of started, me and some of my other friends, we used to have our own podcast too. And we brought on like our other friends that were streaming, they were DJing and other stuff. And I think the pandemic was a big time where streaming kind of took off.
Oh yeah.
And so those friends that were already at, like 500 to 1,000 followers, they were kind of, I guess, infecting other friends where it's like, you should stream too. It's really easy. Like you already have a PC build, you got a camera, just play Valorant. Like it's so easy. And in my case, it wasn't because I didn't have a PC. And so we did an episode where the rest of our guests that were on were like, what would you say that Avery and one of my other friends, Mario, would do as streamers? And so my homie Mario, he's now like an announcer commentator for like the Smash Brothers Ultimate community. And so,
That's pretty crazy.
and
What?
so before he got to that, it was like he just played Smash on the regular as Jigglypuff, and now he's like the NorCal Jigglypuff in his ranking and all that stuff. But back then, like our friends were like, "Oh, he'd make a really good commentator. He's really good at speed running stuff, and he could do Smash Brothers content." Lo and behold, it turned into his thing. And on my end, it was like the word co-working didn't really exist yet, so people were like, I could see Avery doing like productivity streams where he's just like online, people are studying with him or something. And I ended up trying it out because I was like, that's something I thought of. And so where it all started was 2021 or whatever, the 2021 school year. We were required to do office hours with San Francisco Unified. And they're just like, you need to host office hours because the school day ends at like 12 or 1 p.m. And my kids weren't showing up because Zoom fatigue. And I already knew while I was teaching class that they were on Twitch. So I was like, I'm just going to host office hours on Twitch to, kind of create a space outside of Zoom. And that's kind of where it all started. I started doing the co-working streams, and students would actually come in for essay writing help. My mods were, former business and math majors, so they would help them with stats and stuff. And it kind of just created an ecosystem that was really for my students at first. And then after, the pandemic, I kind of just kept it up as a hobby. It didn't really go anywhere. It was just like, I kind of want to hop on. I have the ability to stream. Started playing Nintendo Switch games. And I think I started taking it more seriously this year when I previously got laid off. So I was unemployed for about a year. And I was like, you know what? Got nothing better to do. AJ saw that I went to Pokemon Worlds in Hawaii, and he had like made a comment on it. He's like, "Dude, are you playing TCG?" And I was like, "You know what? Why not? Like, let's learn
My
how to do
spider
this."
senses were tingling. I was
Yeah.
like, man, I sense something. I sense a disturbance in the force.
And like, when he commented on it, I was like, "Do you play TCG?" And I learned all about like AJ's like just TCG history in general. And he kind of just gave me the tip, like, "Hey man, if you're really interested in playing, you should check out TCG Live. It's the app for the game. So that way, like, because I was asking questions about like where do I start, and he's like, it's easy there because you could just play for no money, and get into the game. And the option during unemployment to better myself professionally, which was, which I did. I bought LinkedIn Premium, but didn't do anything with it. I was like, I'm going to take project management certifications and other things, to try to make myself more viable in the job market. And I was like, or I could no life it into TCG Live and stream on Twitch. And those are like my two pathways. And I just dived straight into Twitch and TCG Live. And I think that's where it all kind of started. Like, um, we ended up hitting 300 followers like sometime last fall. And the reward for the community was like, okay, we're going to open a Discord server, because like the stream was just TCG Live. AJ was also in and out of that too. And people were just queuing up to play each other. It was just this little community of people. Like, it got too much in the chat where people were like, I want to play Avery next. But you know how long games are. So it's just like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
we need a server so people can share their tags and just play against each other so that they can come on stream at some point. And for a little while, it was a nice little thing. And then after that, yeah, the TCG journey just kind of started, and I just kept streaming on Twitch from there. I'm not that big, but I'm not even that big, like 500 followers as of recently. I'm proud of that.
Oh, I'm not big. 500 followers. Ooh.
We all have to start somewhere.
We had to
man,
start
but-
somewhere. Like, but yeah.
No,
Damn.
that's awesome though. You know what's funny is that your what's it? Maybe on this podcast we just love teachers because there's Adrian, there's you, my friend Jeremiah was on this episode.
That episode was awesome.
Yeah. So I think we as people just have this idea about kind of going hand in hand with the Pokemon community about giving back to the community, wanting to just create this ecosystem where we're all just thriving and enjoying and doing what we love, and helping those who come after us also enjoy that same ecosystem, thriving and doing what they love. So that's awesome that you were able to create that for yourself. That sounds like an amazing journey. So kudos to you, really quick. Just want to say that right off the rip.
Yeah, when we talked with Jeremiah in that episode, we really went into like the education portion, what he does with his like TCG club out at Burden. So he taught at Burden too, which is one of our old PEP sites when me and Avery were still teaching for PEP. And yeah, like man, I have to always like kind of humble myself and also like give the flowers to people that used to be educators, because that shit was hella hard. Like I can't even remember what it's like to be in a classroom, and there's a reason why like I personally left. But like there's always going to be that aspect of education that's with us that we like to like pass on to other people, just like Damien was saying, right? So like even though like you're no longer in like a normal like high school classroom, you're still finding ways to promote some type of education, whether it's through doing your co-working streams with folks on the internet, or even like your past students, or even like teaching people about like Pokemon as well. So that's really cool. Like just to see how like that passion of education doesn't always have to be tied to like the actual classroom. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and like to your, was it Jeremiah? Sorry, I forgot his name. Yeah,
Jeremiah.
To his credit too, like I don't even know where. I know why I stumbled upon it during the stint of unemployment. My brother found this like job posting that was like looking for Pokemon TCG teachers, and I was like, that is so specific. But it was just through like a small private company, and they only pay like by the hour, but the class is once a week, 1 hour, so it's really not that much. But it kind of kept me busy, which was nice. And like it was, the two postings were literally Anime Club and Pokemon TCG Club. And
Oh wow.
my brother was like, dude, that's literally you. And I looked into it. I taught for a semester. It was like second to fifth graders. The anime club was kind of like an English class. It was teaching narrative through anime, and so like protagonists, antagonists, etc., using shonen anime and other stuff, and teaching the genres and everything. And then Pokemon TCG was just straight up learn how to play. And the school already is equipped with those Battle Academy sets. I mean, they're missing so many cards. Like kids over the years stole so many of them.
Yeah.
But I I sat down through the resources and like learned what the Battle Academy was. And I was like, oh, this is actually really great. Like the cards are numbered and you don't have to learn how to shuffle or search for things. It's really just you literally play it in order and you learn through those literal steps of the game. Just the hard part of getting kids to be patient, I think, was the challenge because they were just so excited that there's Pokemon cards in front of them. And then to ask, a 9-year-old to focus on the math or even just read what the card says when they're just like, I just want to play Pikachu. And it's like, I'm going to do 200 damage. And it's like, that's not how that works. But
They be making up their own fucking rules, the wild, wild west of card games.
They really do.
I feel like we've all been through that as kids too. Like for Yu-Gi-Oh, you just summon blue eyes with no tributes.
That's pretty much how it was. They were kind of just playing however they wanted, and to a certain point, with both the Anime Club and Pokemon TCG Club or class, whatever you want to call it, I just realized I'm like, you know what, these are kids, and even though there is a structured curriculum that I was supposed to follow, the goal is that this is memorable for them. So even with the Anime Club, I like kind of threw away the lessons that I had, and I was like, we're just gonna watch anime, and you guys are gonna draw your favorite characters, and I kind of just then like with Pokemon, it was just like you guys are just gonna play against each other, no rules. They ended up getting it down because shout out to I don't know if it's Pokemon TCG's YouTube channel, but they have a really good like 7-minute video, 12-minute video that explains literally how to play. And I sat down with the kids, we watched it, and after that, like they got the basic rules, and I was like, why didn't I do this at week 1? Because it was like week 7 already. But like they understood that like, okay, there's prize cards and we have to like play in order. And it was just by the end of the course, it was funny because about half of them knew how to play. And so when they saw someone was cheating, they would just call each other out and be like, you can't do that. Like,
Judge,
it's my turn to do this. Yeah, it was so funny, dude.
And then lo and behold, one of those kids become the juniors world champion for upcoming worlds.
And then they'll shout out Avery as their teacher for getting them that far introducing them to the game.
So like you talked a little bit about just like content creation and stuff like that. I think like you're probably one of the most like, at least the people that I know like closely and personally, like one of the most like consistent, and you're really like dedicated to the craft. Like you have all your like your stills, your thumbnails are really dope too, and like just the shorts that you put out. I feel like you're a really good content creator. But I want to like go deeper into like, how did Pokemon TCG start for you? Because like I feel like we've come a long way since like, what is it, like maybe a year ago, where like I hit you up about like, oh my god, you play, to like where you are now. Like, can you talk a little bit about like just the TCG portion of it and like your relationship to it and your journey in learning the game?
First of all, thanks, because I don't think my thumbnails are great. It's just whatever I can find in the video, and I'm just like, all right, we're gonna go with this part right here.
I mean, they're just like professionally made. I don't know, just maybe that's just me,
no,
but it looks really good. Yeah,
thanks, man. I try. I'm trying to get more into like the long form content and actually intentionally making thumbnails and other things, but like that's a whole nother art to it, and like I think like is it Sneaker TCG Talk or something? The guy in Canada. Yeah, like him and many others, like when I kind of look at their content, I'm like, man, how do I kind of get there? But I think part of where I'm at right now, it's just like I do enjoy the streaming aspect of it because there's a live community. And again, it kind of, Damien, you were talking about it, it kind of reminds me of the classroom. Like it feels like an easy transition where it's just like I can directly talk to people about the things that I'm opening right now. And it's funny because some viewers that have come in, there's one guy very recent, shout out It's Kuya Joey. He came in and I pulled like a Shedinja, and I was like, oh, you could like do this and this with Ninjask and it'll do that. And he was like, oh, you're really knowledgeable. What the heck? I thought this card just came out. And I was like, no, I was reading the abilities and stuff. He's like, I was just like, oh, shiny card. That's really cool.
But he's Damien. He's also like a resident like off meta rogue deck builder too.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Ki-
mean, like, I what's it? I think I remember Avery had posted about how he had just gotten to RCS on TCG Live,
mhm.
and uh, I just messaged him like, "Hey, congrats!" And he asked me the question, "Hey, like now that do I lose my RCS rank?" I'm like, "No, but you could just like go lower in ranking but still be RCS level." And I told him how I'm a rogue degenerate deck builder, and then I showed him. I think it's when I was running that stupid Garganical deck, and I still play it from time
Mhm.
to time. But whenever I run that stuff, like I kid you not, my ranking goes down to like 1200s or something like that.
I wouldn't know. I only play meta like a true player.
I definitely feel because like of AJ, I am like a meta player in a sense. I mean, you pointed out that like when I started playing Archaludon, you're like, oh, all right, like not necessarily meta, but not necessarily rogue either. It's like just not a common play. And I hope to get into like that type of level of theory crafting or deck crafting at some point. I feel like well, you've seen my brother's deck. He's literally playing a mill deck, and so we've gone like two different directions. Where I'm trying to figure out how the meta works, and then he's just like, let me try to find all the cards that are just gonna mess with people because I just wanted to disrupt them and all that kind of stuff.
I respect it though. That man is like 7 formats behind playing Great Tusk Mill, but he's still
Mhm.
making it work. I'm like, holy shit! Like he
Yeah.
locked me at locals the other day. So like respect to him. Shout out to Addison, man.
Yeah, dude. He even like he beat me on the first round because like he kept milling my cards, and I was like, okay, well, I couldn't get set up. And like typically, like when I'm playing against my brother, I get a turn 3 setup, and then that's it. It's done. It doesn't matter if he mills my cards. He's not gonna knock me out. But I wasn't able to get set up, and he just milled away. And the what are those little hand fan things that move
Oh,
energy
Oh,
yeah.
the
around?
handheld hand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's good with those with attaching them. So like when he sees something that's on my bench, I kind of forget because it's not like how when you're playing Iron Hands and you target my Dunsparces or something, he's using the handheld fan to target like my Relincanth, which doesn't need steel energies, but he's gonna move all of them there, and I don't have energy switch, and I'm just like this guy, like
You can't get him back.
yeah,
Yeah, no, like that. That man is dedicated to that deck, man. And he's the only person I've ever seen hit Professor Sato just for 1 energy.
yeah.
Oh
No, that's
man.
awesome. But
um,
yeah, I'll continue like with your again, like your just journey with like TCG and stuff. Like,
yeah, yeah.
how has it been for you?
Yeah, back to your original question, like I remember when you messaged me, I want like it started at Worlds and just exploring like taking in what Worlds was in general. I think that was apparently like one of the first ones as of post pandemic that looked that big. Like it didn't look like that before. It was just we used to be at a Marriott ballroom and there was like 100 people or no, like less people. It wasn't like this whole fanfare that it is now. And so in Honolulu, at the end of Worlds, my brother's like, "Hey, like before we leave, I want you guys to try a build and battle." And we're just like, like none of us really cared about TCG except my cousin's husband, because he's been following VGC and TCG just as a fan, as an audience member.
I
And
love building battles. They're
I
so
do too.
fun.
I think it is my favorite thing of TCG because it's just such an interesting format. Also, you just get to play with new cards and keep them. And I think that was exactly what my brother sold us, all four of us, on. He was like, "Don't need to know how to play. You're gonna learn how to play in it, and you get free cards." Like that was the biggest thing. And part of me was like, I don't know that I care for cards, just because that gap between whatever the e-reader generation was on TCG.
My God.
Yeah,
Oh shit,
that's
I
like
remember that.
that's how long ago like I had opened my last maybe box or pack, because it was just like whatever my parents could afford at the time. And I didn't even have an e-reader for the GBA. I just had those cards.
Oh my God, yeah, it's like a card, the cartridge portion, right? You put it in there, scan the card, then you get it in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
oh,
so like
man.
I wish that I had the e-reader so it could go into the game, but I got to find those cards because that was the last TCG I had. And then AJ was asking me like, so what do you remember from the game? And I'm like, I just remember attaching energies and evolving is important. Obviously, that's changed. But AJ's recommendation was like, okay, when you get into live, play the Charizard deck. It's very straightforward to what you're telling me you remember. And that's kind of where I guess like after the build and battle is kind of where it started. In the build and battle, I think the serious hooker that got me into it was the person I was playing against is this guy from Japan. forgot his IG, like Whooper or something, but he's a card collector. And I was asking him questions like, hey man, this is my first time. I don't really know what's going on. And he's like, oh, don't worry, dude, you're gonna get beginner's luck. And my first pack out of the box was the Blood Moon Ursaluna Twilight Masquerade SIR. And
Oh
he
my
was,
god,
and he
nice.
was, everyone around me was like, what? And he was like, oh, dude, oh my. And then I got like a ultra rare Chansey and other EXs, and he's like, okay, your box is about to be broken. Like, you know, as I'm playing, because I ended up getting wins in that tournament, and I think just that experience alone is like, it really got me hooked in to like, what's next? Where do I go from here? And the rest of that Worlds, me and my cousins, we kept doing more side events because my brother was like, that was the fun for him when he went to Worlds in 2016 when he was back in San Francisco. He attended with his friend that was competing in the TCG bracket.
Oh wow.
And yeah, his friend used to be like super competitive with it, and now he's just like a vendor, I think. But my brother was there for side events, and that's what he remembered, that side events were fun. We farmed like a bunch of tickets. I found a Pokemon Unite side event. I play that on the side too. And the team I was with, we went 3-0, and they like rewarded us heavy with by placing first in the bracket. So then like we all went home with like ETBs because we had so many tickets. Like the inflation on tickets from last year's Worlds to Anaheim is insane. But like we all went home with an ETB. So I think I had Temporal Forces. My cousin had, they both got a Paldean Fates each. And then I don't know if my brother got one. But then I still got the Pokemon Unite jersey, and we bought a bunch of other packs from the prize wall. It was insane. And like, there's a whole video on that where we just ripped a bunch of packs. And I think that really was like, okay, what do we do now? Like, we just have all these cards.
Just all this, you vend. You vend.
No. And my cousin was like, at this point, I kind of just got back into streaming, and I just got laid off like a week before Worlds or something like that. And like I was saying earlier, I had already been streaming on Twitch, and all of us were like, how do we keep this up? Like, what do we do now? And my cousin's husband was like, okay, we have two options. We either get invited to Worlds again through TCG, which is highly unlikely, or Avery starts creating content and Pokemon reaches out to him and invites him to something.
Like, there you go.
And that's kind of what the big push, you know, into the whole TCG stuff was, because it was like, yeah, either get a project management certification or play TCG live. And that's kind of how it all started, like getting into the app. And then I think the Charizard like battle deck had come out. And so like those couple months of just playing TCG live, trying to figure it out, were really challenging, because like I feel like the era of TCG we're entering in right now, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of just reminiscent of like how stacked it was before V-Star left. Like there was just so many different things happening that like I couldn't, at the time I had joined from August 2024 to the end of 2024, like that was 4 months to try to learn this meta. And then, you know, yeah, we were at Sacramento, and then I went to Toronto, and it was just like I couldn't remember all the things that I was playing. Like if I saw a Lugia deck, I'm like, I kind of know, I think I need to target the Minchinos. I don't know. It was a lot. Or if a Reggie Drago deck came out, and then fast forward to April, everything changed, and I was like, oh my god, like it was such a challenge to kind of learn in that moment. But I think that set me up for when the rotation happened. It wasn't as bad. It was just sad to lose things that like AJ had gifted me, like Rotom V, Radiant Zard, Radiant Greninja, and all that stuff, to kind of to facilitate the deck. Because the first, I don't know if was that a League Cup or something in Daly City that we went to.
You joined your first, I think that was your first ever League Cup too.
Yeah, that was my first event. And then round one, me and AJ get paired together, and he bonked me on turn 2.
Oh, that was amazing. Yeah, you know, because I was playing Raging Bolt, and then I think you only had a Radiant Charizard active.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, I'm so sorry. And this is when Raging Bolt was like at its like its peak with like the Radiant Greninjas, and it was just a mindless deck. I remember that. I felt so bad.
That was so
I was like, oh, we got paired. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
And literally, like that day, he had just given me like all the other like Radiant Zard, Rotom V, Luminion, like just to help fill the deck with the things I was missing. Because I was just straight up playing the League Battle deck, which is just Zard and Pidgeot and all the other trainers in there. But the stuff that he had given me was like the stuff I was using in TCG Live. And so it just kind of helped make the deck a little bit better. And so like now I'm just reminiscing on that cup specifically. But like the last match is when I got one dub, and I was like, oh my god, like I can do this. Let's sign up for a regional, which is insane to think. Like that's the logic.
Did you? You faced that thing, right?
Straight to regional.
It was
So-
your last round was a mirror match, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, it was a mirror match,
Yeah.
and that was insane. Shout out to Markakino or pseudo Markakino that I was playing.
Yeah. No, that day was heavy for
Yeah.
sure, but it was it was also a good balance of
Yeah.
like meeting new folks. Yeah.
No, it was, and I think like that really opened up that. And when I went to the Sacramento regional, so this is kind of just tying to the question of like kind of that journey. not realize we were on the break. Hey, everybody. Hope poem number 5 is good. Let's see here. Man, it is heating up in my room, surprisingly. It's not even that hot outside. Maybe it's because I kept my window open. Probably shouldn't have done that. Okay, done with that. Go back to this one. Looks like Miso wants to be by the window. right. Time for pomo number 6. Actually, I can just here. And we're just gonna keep adding on pomos until we're done here. How's everybody doing? Hope the co-working's going well. I hope I catch that Axew. Very adorable. Which reminds me, I think I should start finding Axew cards and the Haxorus, like the entire evolution line. I would make a binder page around that. There are like illustration drawers of those Pokemon. Whew, okay. Let's see. Pretty productive day so far. God, the Axew, nice. What is this? Oh, I see. Not working on that today. Get out of that for now. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. In the middle of this task, and then let's see. Actually, how are we doing on time? Like on my calendar wise. Week. Oh, I got a meeting in 5 minutes. Good to know. I would have totally missed that because I would have just been hanging out. Okay, let's do this. Well, the break will still be running. Take a stretch break. Get some water. Get a snack. Maybe I should go step outside real quick before this meeting starts. But I'll get this sticky note up here. No, that's not it. But there we go. In a meeting. All right. And I think by the time I come back, the meeting will start. So I'm going to go stretch real quick. Be right back. It's sorry to interrupt the silence. My meeting just ended. It started late-ish, and then whatever. But for anyone that's still hanging out from Griffey's raid, thanks for the raid, Griffey. What's going on, everybody? Hi, Bun Squad. Let me hide these stickies, and then I'll get back to work in a second. I don't know. If there's people that are new here, welcome in. My name's Avery. I'm a recovering high school English teacher turned co-working streamer. And it's been a while since we've streamed, but Cherry, Oaks, Griffey, everybody else that came through, everybody grinding Xenoblade, thanks for coming through. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate the love. Apologies for not being present during the raid, but thanks. Yeah. Well, if you stuck around, if you're lurking from Griffey stream, welcome. Thanks for bringing your community over here. Hope y'all enjoy your time, and hopefully I stream a little bit more this summer. I'm finding out that my work travel is slowing down a little bit, so I would like to think that means that we're good to stream more. So, oh, I didn't recognize that. Let me see. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to work. Lock in for the next 22 minutes outside of this meeting. right. That was Pomo number 7. How's everybody doing? My computer was lagging for a bit. Let's see. Technically, I didn't even update this. Let's see, what are we on? We now one. The prep, I mean, I kind of did. Kind of know what I need to do already, so technically I guess that's done 1. I think we got like 1 more task for the day. If y'all have tasks, feel free to add to the list. I have some kind of like, I don't know, employee training or like a human resources course that I need to complete. Oh, that's why I had that window open earlier. And I think I might kind of call it there for the day. So I can go rock climbing. TBH. Where's this at? The game parlor. Oh, it's an SF. 3 Swiss rounds. 6 p.m., huh? Depends. Let's see. Man, a friend just sent over a TCG tournament on Sunday, and I'm like, maybe. That is very tempting. But I do have a family thing, so I don't know. Would love to get back out there and play some matches again after maybe modifying a deck a little bit, see how it goes. I should also probably just like make some time to attend a local. Oh, maybe I can actually attend. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Let's see. Actually, I could just Google it. Merlion card shop. Dang it. Damn. We actually did 7 pomos. That's kind of crazy. Where's all our stream stuff at right now? Oh. Scytherize is streaming. Is he ripping cards? He is ripping cards. Or? I'd like to think he is. Yeah. Keep that there. All right. Look, Miso's back on the cam. I think we're going to end there with the 7th pomo. I could totally go into one more, but I think I need a mental break. And I'll probably just wrap up work there. And then hopefully I'll be back again later this week. This is really fun. It's been a long time since we've streamed last, and with the finding out through today's stream, well, not just the stream, but through work particularly, and kind of checking in with my teams, seeing how things are going, or how things have been rather. While I've been out of office, I've actually come to learn that there wasn't anything in terms of scheduling that came up that I needed to be aware of. So I might be home for the next foreseeable weeks, which is kind of awesome. So hopefully that means we'll be streaming more. I will definitely try to stream again later this week. Maybe another co-working stream on at least Wednesday. Just see how I feel. Could do this every day. I don't know. We'll find out. Yo, Ace, what's going on? It is raiding time. Yeah, I think I'm gonna raid out since it has been quite a day. Thanks for checking in. How you doing? Welcome back. But yeah, not the end of the workday, almost there, but hadn't realized it's been like 6.5 hours. Doing well. Hope you had a good stream. Thank you. I had a great stream, honestly. I feel bad for the Bun Squad, Griffey and friends that raided over. I was literally in a meeting. I was not able to say hi to everybody, but we just didn't chat. But it was a pretty productive day. You can kind of see over there. Got a lot done. And hopefully we can do the same later this week. Looks like Miso's chilling over there. Yeah, I don't know. It's been good. It's been a month since we've last streamed, so I haven't really been home. But like I was just saying, yeah, we're kind of wrapping up here. And during the work day, I was able to confirm that I don't think I have some work trips coming up, so I think that means we could stream some more. I'm going to try to do some more co-working streams this week. Today felt really good, honestly, for a Monday. So I hope you've been well, Ace. Thanks for checking in. Really appreciate it. I know Echo is still co-working, and Kat. I think we'll send everybody over there since but definitely some shared viewers were over here earlier. So we'll continue the co-working vibes over with Echo. For those of you that are new to co-working, go say hi to Echo, drop her a follow. She's fantastic. And I'll probably be lurking in chat too, since I still have a little bit of work to do later today, because I have a little course to finish. But I'm going to do that off stream, because I do need a bit of a break from the computer for a little bit. So, Ace, thanks for being here. Everybody else, thanks for sliding through. I forgot how to do this. Nope, that's not the right one. Raid. Sub-raid. I need to find a regular raid emote, but feel free to copy that first message, drop it off into Echo's chat, and I hopefully will see you all later this week for another co-working stream. It'd be cool if I could do this tomorrow. I don't know, see how I feel, but this was a lot of fun. So Ace, thanks for being here. Everybody else, thanks for tuning in. It was good catching up with everyone, and hopefully we'll chop it up again soon. Peace.
Later. Yes. Oh, we also Bolsey. No. I live. No. Yes, I still got one. Oh, you're dead. Oh, let's go. Oh, I aced him. Let's go. Oh, I still outplayed it. Level 50? Yo, that's crazy.